Hello. Apologies for the delay. it's been a busy day. But finished with work, had my dinner. So let's just jump back in. Yesterday we were in the middle of a big project. We're gonna make a big sleep beat farm. I'm going to update the stream title because I forgot to do that. Mostly still accurate because we're just continuing the project from yesterday. Hello. So there's the game, and yeah, let's just jump in. Here we are. So I reloaded the start of the last day yesterday. We were just getting our oil ready to pump into here and to make our first tiles. And what I actually realized is before I do that, I want to put the pipes in for the cooling network because they're going to run through these tiles. And obviously once the tiles are done, we can't do that. So we'll just keep heating this oil up for now. We'll wait for all these alerts to disappear. Jesus Christ. I believe we have a fifth person we want to send to the other planet as well. So let's do that quickly. Well, maybe not that quickly because the teleporter is still charging. Yes, so pipes. So we're going to want these to be regular granite pipes. And... I'm just trying to think about which direction this network is actually going to go in. So, liquid pipes. We want granite for these. And I believe they'll come off the loop like this. And then I'll go down here. And I'll go down here. And I'll go down here. And then they'll meet back up and they'll join up again. So yeah, we'll just duplicate that for all of these areas. And in fact, yeah, this is all going to be insulated, so that's fine. So for now, we'll just let it go. We've got some yellow alerts. Why do we have yellow alerts? Oh, that's right. We were just finishing filling up the polluted water. Let's do that. Right, so before I forget, so this is set to polluted water. So okay, I believe you're done. Yeah, that's fine. Then we'll reactivate this. Looks like we're still dumping salt water in here. I think that's fine. Just want to make sure that we get everything done that we did in the last day of the stream. And then we'll put those pipes in, and then we'll start cooking all of the dirt tiles. Yep, so please activate the pump. We'll see where to go from there. Who's currently doing this? So let's set this to yellow alert, because I just want to get this finished. There we go, that's a little bit closer. So now who's going to go and do this? Let's see. So we've got Harold. Oh no, we don't have Harold. Harold, you're supposed to be going to the other planet. I never forgot something. He just lumbers out of the building. Oh god. Right, I think we just need to set the door permissions. So Harold, you can go here, and you are no longer allowed to leave. Not at the moment. Let's just set these door permissions. Yeah, there you go. You can go out in a bit when the teleport is ready for you. The world isn't ready for you yet, Harold. So how's this going? So Turner is now doing this. Turner is just a little bit faster. Well, he did get scolded somehow. I'm wondering how that happened. I wasn't paying a huge amount of attention. Perhaps what I should do is I should put a transit tube station here. I mean, there's one here, so maybe it's not necessary. Oh. Maybe it is necessary. I mean, we're not going to be consuming this forever, but who knows? Who knows? Yeah, let's just get this finished before I forget about it. So this should just bridge on to the network and fill it up. And we need to set this sensor down to 0 degrees. So that little tile of water, or the little pipe full of water, like 84 grams of water, that should just freeze out in the aqua tuner, which is fine. Yeah, that's fine. So now let's just set this to 9, and then that should be enough polluted water to finish this off. So I think I can leave that again. We've got a broken building, which is just this battery. That will get repaired at some point, I believe. This should all work properly in here again. Sorry, I've immediately derailed just a little bit. But yeah, I think we can leave that now. So let's get the pipe put in. Ooh, wow, they were very quick with that. That's good. So for now, we'll just snake it like this. Just to get all the pipe segments built, and then we can pour the oil in and cook these algae blobs. So this whole setup here, it's all to farm sleetweed. And what we're doing is we're trying to cook natural dirt tiles so we can get pips to come in and wild plant the sleetweed. It should work in this arrangement. I've never actually done it before, and it's taken quite a while to get this all done, because it's a big farm. Wild sleet wheat does not have much of a production throughput. Oh, why are you exhausted? So we've got 108 tiles here that are going to have sleet wheat on it. But it's only going to produce about 1,200 calories per day of berry sludge when we mix it with the bristle blossoms. And to really put it in perspective, we only need 2 bristle blossom plants for the berry sludge. And we need 108 wild sleet wheat. In fact, because we've got the fertilizer, I'm pretty sure we only need a single bristle blossom compared to all of these sleet wheat for the berry sludge. But that's fine. The goal is to produce enough berry sludge that we can feed one dupe indefinitely off of it, because that one dupe is going to be our pilot. Go. So you guys should start building all of this. In fact, I'm going to priority 9 it just to make sure you do get it built, because I absolutely want this to be finished today. A, to check that it works, and B, so that we're not spending too much time actually setting it up. So what's this looking like? I believe the water has left the building, so we can set this back to 20 now, and this has worked as intended, so we can turn this off. But we'll leave it there just in case we need it in the future. No, it's all good. So, what now? Is there anything else we can do while we're getting these pipes built? I believe... Oh, wow. So I've cooled all this ethanol down to -90 just to heat up the room with the thermo aqua tuner. And that's kind of worked, but not entirely. It's got the room to about 135 degrees. If I'm being honest, we're kind of waiting for this iron volcano to erupt, and that's 17 cycles. But the oil might be hot enough as it is, so I think we're just going to go for it. So, good grief, how cold is this freezer? So, the freezer is sitting at a casual -95 while we're doing all this. And, temperature-wise, that is freezing a big chunk of the base. But, I am perfectly alright with that. I am not perfectly alright with that. The hydrogen is all... We froze the liquid lock. We froze the liquid lock. Why didn't I think of that? So all of the hydrogen in here escaped. Right, okay. Okay, sure. Okay. That's really bad. So that means we've got 2 million calories of food that's sat here, that's going off at 8% per cycle. I don't think I could reload that. I think we're in deep doo-doo. I think we just lost 2 million calories of food. Okay. Set this to 0. And we are going to we're going to urgently rebuild this with gold. We're going to rebuild this with gold, and we're going to heat up all of this ethanol. We're going to take all the heat back out of this room. We're going to put it in here. In fact, I'm going to set this to like 100. In fact, I'm going to set it to 200. So we're immediately fixing a problem. The problem being, I've frozen our liquid lock. I mean, most of this food should last a good few cycles. But good grief. That was another reason why I filled the room with hydrogen. Yeah, this needs to be done immediately. I mean it. Good God. And I've got to remember to reset this as well when I finish this. Because I need to turn the freezer on again quickly enough. So at the very least, it's heating up the ethanol rather quickly. Oh man. That was not the intended solution. So this ethanol is warming up again. We don't need it to warm up too much. We just need to warm it up enough that like this tile just doesn't completely freeze. How long is it going to be before the food starts spoiling? I don't think there's any way we can make enough refrigerators to store all this either. So we'll see when the hot ethanol starts to get here. Okay, fairly soon. Okay, that's fine. This is fine. I mean, we are cooling down all of this steam again. But we've learned an important lesson. Do not turn your cooling loop so far down that it freezes the liquid lock. I hate these liquid locks so much. Right, I believe we're golden again. So we can actually seal this door again. And once we've sealed this door again, So we're going to put ethanol in first. And then, actually I believe it's crude oil, then ethanol. And once we've got the liquid lock in, we'll replace this with a canister filler. And we'll just fill the room up with... Oh god. I believe we're going to have to vent the gases too. Because we've let oxygen in here now. So let's deconstruct this. It's alright. We're gonna be fine. We're just dumping all of our stuff there. Okay, who's doing this? Okay, Ari's got the crude oil. Give me the goods. Okay, now ethanol. Eh? Oh no, that's fine. Okay. I did not expect to be doing this at the start of the stream today. Okay, crude oil. No. Let's try again with the crude oil. Oh god. Right, so we need a vent, we need a pump in here immediately. Yeah, just make it out of iron ore. I'm gonna leave this vent in here. I'm gonna leave this... Actually, I'm gonna leave this pump in here. And I'm gonna hook it up to this vent. I'll use insulated pipe just in case. And we'll hook the wire up too. Just in case we do this again, because we don't actually need all these paintings in here. So, we'll... Oh god, what am I doing? This did definitely work before. I'm really not paying attention to this, am I? Why isn't this working? Okay, sweep this all up. This has absolutely worked in the past. I'm just not paying enough attention. I'm getting a bit flustered. Okay, now let's try again with the crude oil. Okay, come on. I believe in you, you can do this. Right, there we go, we got it. Yeah, you're not having a good time, I get it. I'm not either. We just need to fix this. Now, we've got the liquid lock. Just need to get rid of all the oxygen. How long is it going to be before we see food spoiled? What's happening with this wire? Okay. You're not building the wire, who is? Okay, Hassan is building the wire. Okay, there we go. He's got the goods. And then this can start pumping, and we'll put in the canister filler too. So we'll just make that out of lead. Actually, we'll make that out of gold because we're fancy. I believe this does not break the liquid lock, because I did it in my previous base and it did not break the liquid lock. So we will see. Right, there we go. Please start pumping. I knew there was a reason I put that vent there. It's overpressurizing a little bit, but I think it will be fine. There's not actually going to be a huge amount of gas coming in here. In the meantime, all the pipe is getting built, so that is good. We're not wasting everyone's time. That is always a relief. We're going to vent most of the hydrogen, but I don't have a problem with that. We've got an infinite supply of hydrogen, pretty much. Harold, why are you building a canister for that? We just need to get rid of Harold. He needs to go to the rookie planet. That's what we're calling it now, the rookie planet. Okay, Harold, you can just go in there. In fact, why are you... Wait. Oh, you're not in an exosuit. I thought you were in an exosuit for some reason. That would have been quite weird. Right, so now let's activate this, send in the hydrogen. We're getting rid of the oxygen slowly. Although I think at this stage, if I just turn it off, they'll breathe in the remaining oxygen in this room. I guarantee it. Oh no, there isn't enough oxygen in here for them to breathe. Let's actually not disable it then. I did not consider that actually. Okay, that broke the liquid. Ah! It didn't break it last time. Okay. New plan. We ditch all the paintings. Maybe last time I put the thing on the other side of the room. It's alright. I believe we still have a few cycles left to do this before we have problems. So... just gonna put it in the center of the room. So ventilation, canister filler, no canister emptier. I'll put two of them here, just in case. So now this room is full of mostly oxygen, great. Right, so let's try this again. Ethanol. We do not have the right people building this. Okay, we dumped the ethanol in here, so we can turn that off. And we need to sweep this up immediately. It's alright, we're getting it done. We're getting it done. Someone will come in here and sweep this soon. Yay! You're stopping us from dying. And then the crude oil. We need to watch this very carefully. Yes, you've all got soppy feet. I get it. There are bigger problems we're trying to deal with. Harold, what are you doing here? You are supposed to be somewhere else. Right, there we go. Done. Do not let it overfill. Excellent. And now, we just need to enable this. Go, go, go. Yeah, we've got all the hydrogen here, so I can let that out into this room. So I'm going to break the liquid lock. Okay, we did it. We did it, it's refilling. We're getting rid of all the oxygen very quickly. Actually, that's not... Is that going down? I think that's going down. I probably shouldn't be doing this simultaneously, but screw it. Desperate times. The problem is we need the oxygen to leave this block. Also, we need to reset this to minus 20. Minus 25. So we need to cool this room again. I mean, we need to heat this room up again. Because we just cooled down all the steam below a useful temperature. Okay, we're getting there. The food is just a little stale. We're alright. I don't think stale food actually has a debuff in this game, does it? Never actually looked at that. Okay, so we've got micrograms of oxygen left. Maybe I don't need to do this at the same time. Maybe it'd be quicker if I just left it. I'm kind of venting a lot of hydrogen into the base, but we'll pump it all out the top. That's why we have this top bit here, so the hydrogen accumulates up here and not in the bedrooms. Okay, we're done. Disable, please. And our fridge is a lot less pretty, but it's a lot more practical. In fact, you know what? We might as well put the painting back. We'll put one painting back. You have exactly one painting's worth of luxury. Wow, we've got 349 reed fiber. That's pretty good. Oh, we need to reactivate this. We need to keep filling it with hydrogen. Yeah, so now we need to make sure the freezer turns back on, because at the moment it's really hot because we've been pumping all the steam heat in here. So now we need to cool down this room again. And to do that we need to reset this. So please immediately build that. Because otherwise we're going to have the problem of the ethanol evaporating, and then I'm going to be extremely sad. What else can we put in here? I don't think we're going to be touching this room again. Let's put the ceiling, the crown molding here, you know, just to spruce it up. Okay, but the room is hydrogen. People aren't breathing in here. That is the desired... This is the room where oxygen is not included. This is it. This is the one room. Sorry, guys. You'll get sleep and food and everything tomorrow. Today you do stuff. Right, so we need to let Harold out again. So we'll let him out all the doors, because he needs to go to the other planet now. Yes, I believe we're good. So what else is being done? Those pipes. So it looks like we've had a very minor ethanol leak. Yes. Ooh. We have 90 kilograms of ethanol floating around our steam room. I think that will be fine. I think that will be fine. So now the ethanol is 70 degrees. It's going to come out slightly cooler. and we'll recycle that. We're gonna want to refill the whole pipe though, so let's do that. We can do that in here actually. We can sort of a makeshift pump. Sorry guys. I know I'm giving you a lot of I'm giving you a lot of yellow alerts, but we're kind of actually yeah, this will do. Kind of asking for it today. So for now, this will be the ethanol room where we refill the ethanol. In the meantime, almost all the pipe is finished. Yeah, because we're going to want to fill this whole bit with ethanol eventually, so this room is needed. We're actually going to have enough ethanol. We may have to start making more ethanol. So we need to hook this up as well. Guess for now we'll just do this. There we go. Okay, what has overheated? Conveyor loader. Well, we should have a decent amount of steam pressure in here. What's going on with these? We're not dumping the water anywhere? We are. The water should be dumping in here. This should stop overheating. Yes, okay, that's fine. So now we need to fill this with all the ethanol. You know what? These don't need to be priority 9 anymore. I think we've solved the crisis, as it were. And remake this to be priority 9. Okay, there we go. That's good. So we're collecting all the ethanol we've kind of spilled into the base. Yeah, we'll need to collect all of this. Please and thank you. And then what we'll do is we'll just take a pipe and... Okay, that doesn't need to be yellow priority. We'll take a pipe, we'll just bridge it on there. And that... Will that work? I believe it will. Yes. Okay, there we go. Set this to priority 9. Not the door. I don't even know why we have a door here. We don't need one. Food has decayed. Okay, that's not in the fridge. That's the important bit. How is this room looking? It's still hot. That is expected, because we did dump a lot of heat in there. We're slowly chilling it back down. I just hope we can chill it down fast enough that it doesn't break again. We're gonna have to reheat all of this steam as well. That's not ideal. We've got that ethanol tile. Is that gonna be a problem? I don't think so. We're gonna have a lot of steam in here. Yeah, I don't think that's too bad. I don't believe you need to reload this. Wait. Why are you taking why are you taking the algae out of here and putting it... Okay, we need to turn this off. Thankfully, we can reactivate these and drop the algae back in here. Really glad I left this in before they started doing something stupid. So we're just going to have a little bit of algae just get fed out. Where does that line terminate? Because I believe I just want this to terminate somewhere. So we'll just have that terminate here for now. Just drop it off here. Yeah, because the algae is currently on the conveyor rail here. We want to remove that. I don't believe we're missing any tiles anymore. We'll just need to fill up these two again. And I'm pretty sure this is going to fill the loop with ethanol again. This will be slightly colder ethanol as well, so that should help. Yeah, there we go. That's not too bad. Okay, our friend Harold is ready, so you can unequip your suit. You're not going to need it where you're going. And you can teleport. And we will return the suit here. Okay, I'm thinking that we've averted the crisis. So Harold's over here. He needs another bed. Thankfully, there is room for another bed. He's just going to go here for now. We need another manual generator as well. Okay. So let's do this. We'll future-proof the colony so we can have 6 people here. And at the moment, they're not doing anything. But they will be doing stuff in the future. They're just here to enjoy the scenery in the meantime. And train their athletics. Well, I'm going to need to reroute this wire. Hold on. Just a sec. There we go. So that should stop you running on your wheels. Because we're going to need to deconstruct all this wire here. And then we'll hook this wire up. Like this. We'll deconstruct this wire too. So this is currently the gym planet. We send all of the new people here so they can train their athletics. The funny thing is these wire bridges take an absolute age for someone to disassemble unless they've a construction skill, which these guys do not. And I believe that's done. So let's go back. How's this looking? So flip the meter. How does that not have algae in it? Oh, I needed to reset it first. Okay, we'll load. This is much more fiddly than I thought it would be. Allow manual use. Allow manual use. Sweep only. Algae only, please. Okay, there we go. And I believe we'll have a load of algae here. Yes, so algae. Sweep. Yes, please. Okay, so you should not be grabbing algae out of here. I don't believe you are. That's good. Right. Who do we want? Plus 11 construction is really good. We're still looking for more ranches though. I think we need more ranches. So I'm gonna leave the dupes for now. We've got a random Dreco in here and he's sheared as well, which is interesting. Not entirely expected. So we've got hydrogen back in here. The room is still not cool enough. But the ethanol is being cooled down. So I believe we can deconstruct this now. Yes, that's fine. I think we may as well just wait for the iron volcano to erupt before we do the oil. Because this oil is not going to be hot enough now. It needs to be at least 125 and probably much higher. There's still some ethanol for them to sweep on the map, so that's fine. We're going to resend the algae through there. And then it should drop it off in that last tile. And I don't want to hook up the pipe here yet, because we need to put the oil through first before we complete this loop. So we may as well start building this. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to cook the tiles one layer at a time, because it actually takes a lot of metal to make all these vents. And we don't actually have a huge amount of metal on the map. I could get everyone to start digging again, but for now I'm going to leave it. Actually, what I'm going to do instead of that is I'm just going to set this up and I'm going to go like this. And we'll need to add the automation switches too. So we'll make those out of gold. We'll put those here and then we'll do the automation wire as well. Because I just want to be able to turn these on individually. So like this. Yeah, that's alright. So, what do we do in the meantime while we're waiting for this oil to heat up? We're not going to be able to get it as hot as we had it before because that ended up freezing the liquid lock completely. Let's do a skills roundup quickly. And what we'll probably do while we're waiting for that volcano is just do some more stuff on the other planet. So you can have tidying. I think we want everyone to have plumbing if we can. So you're a decorator, but you also have a fairly decent amount of athletic skill. So let's just give you supplying. Gene can go towards exosuits. Mechatronics for you. You might as well have digging. Demolition, head towards mechatronics. Let's get mechatronics on you as well. And you. I think Max is alright. You could have demolition. Mimar can have exosuit training, so there we go. Good stuff. Nails can have supplying, and I guess we'll get you towards exosuits. So you get the white hat. Yeah, you can go towards exosuits as well. I like that this skill gives athletics. It's interesting because that skill also reduces or increases suit durability, or removes the penalty while they're doing it. That is interesting. Let's give you digging. Ren can have exosuit training. And Rowan can go towards mechatronics. Yeah, that sounds good. One's got skills. And now is not the time to murder more critters because we need we need to make sure the freezer is working again. So it is refrigerated at least. That's good. How much hydrogen do we let up here? Okay, that's not too bad. Yes, we have all the algae tiles back where they belong, and all the algae will end up back there. And no one's going to load this because nothing is swept or set to sweep. How much oil do we have in here? That should be plenty. I guess I'll keep going up to 800 tiles. Okay, that's not in our fridge. That's a good thing. Looks like we need to replace some stuff in our power spine as well, because we've been replacing this all with steel as we've needed to. How is this not connected? I guess I disconnected this wire by accident. Okay, everything else is looking in order. So, how's the other planet doing? Okay, so I put the vent in the wrong place. So, the vent can now go here. Deconstruct this. And then we'll set that vent to go there, because it's dumping all of the hot brine. We're trying to cool this area down. So the problem is, the brine is coming out here, it's 25 degrees. It's fine. I could actually set this higher, I could set this to like 28 degrees. Because we just want to regulate the temperature here just to make sure the farms will keep growing. And I can just leave it alone for a while and not worry about that. This should be enough mealwood for 5 people. In fact, this may be enough mealwood for 6 people. I can't remember off the top of my head. So, is there anything I actually want you to do? Polluted water, guys, is going to start erupting in 10 cycles. This one's going to start erupting in 1 cycle. Volcano's not going to be for a while. Beaters are all still fine and dandy. We're still getting enriched uranium in here. We've got another beta hive over here, but they haven't got any food. These beaters all melted. So I believe we have some spare time in our hands, because I can't think of a way that we're going to heat this oil up quickly without the volcano. I mean, this volcano is erupting now, so if we really wanted, we could set up a load of piping and heat that up instead, but I don't really want to. So we'll probably just find another project to do for the next 14 cycles. And then we'll start cooking all of these tiles. And this is taking longer than I thought it would. People are dropping off ethanol, that's good. Right, well, we're going to want to go in here, so let's have... I mean, we don't need this salt water, so let's just break through here and have a look, see what's in this door. I know what we can do. I know what we can do. We can make some actual steam vent tamers. And that way we're actually getting the max output out of these guys. This one is going to be... This one's not going to activate for a while because all of this water just evaporated. So let's deconstruct this. And we'll actually set up a proper vent tamer in here. That will be the interim project while we're waiting for all of this. And I believe this should be fairly straightforward. So we'll want to uproot this. I believe what we'll need is we'll need a thermo aquatuner and a steam turbine, and we'll just put them next to this room, I think. Next to this vent. I'll keep those tiles free so that it's got plenty of room to do its thing. We can deconstruct all these temp shift plates. There we go. We're past the point where that is helping. Yeah, so we'll tame this one to start, and then we will continue. How are these tiles looking? Dig some of these tiles. They're not going to off-gas either. Let's start decontaminating the slime biome. Dig up all the tiles that aren't slimy. I believe that's alright. Might leave those tiles. We might as well just dig all of this as well. And actually build a proper room for this. There's some good metal here. We're not going to need the power wire to... Well, we are going to need a power wire to go up here, but we're probably going to route this completely differently. So for now, at least, we'll deconstruct that. Rebuild it here. Yes, a little bit of an interim project. But I want to make a proper steam vent tamer. I don't believe I did a proper one last time. There we go. What's overheated? Oh, another power transformer. Okay. Set it to yellow alert so I don't forget about that. That's a plan anyways. So I believe we're just going to ladder around steam vent. So let's have a look at this. Oh, how's this room looking? Okay. The freezer is frozen again. We did it. We fixed the self-inflicted problem. Okay. Time to wrangle a few dudes, and then eat the rest. Might be a good idea just to store some fresh food. Looks like our geyser tamer is still working well. And we are cooling down the ethanol some more. That is good. But we definitely don't want this room to go past negative 50, because that's when the crude oil froze. Yeah, these dupes deserve a bit of a rest after all of that as well. Meanwhile, our guys here are just training athletics, having some fun. I don't believe they're going to be stressing out. We shouldn't need these. Yeah, I like it. It's basically a spa at this point. They're just coming here to exercise, go on the phone. Don't really have a lot to do. And that's just the way they like it, really. There's an anti-entropy thermonullifier up here, but I don't think we need to use that now. So while we're waiting for this room to heat up again so we can get the hot oil, these tiles, we're going to continue building our cool steam vent tamer, because our previous approach of just letting the biome overheat stopped working a while ago, and we now have like 500 kilograms per tile of steam in here. So we might as well actually tame this properly. I'm probably going to want to leave some access in here just for the time being. And then, how is this room going to actually look? I'll put the ladder there. We'll need the thermoactuator down here. And the steam turbine can go on top. And then we'll probably want a liquid lock as well. So I think one steam turbine is fine. Is it one or two? We're trying to cool it down by 15 degrees. I think we already figured out that there's only one turbine. Wait, why are you idle? Oh, yeah, that's fairly obvious. Okay. Okay. You need to get down, so get down here. Not quite. You know what I'm thinking now, actually? I'm thinking, let's actually put the liquid lock on the other side. Like, if we're making this a self-contained building, there's no reason we have to lock it in like this. And I think what we'll do is we'll just have... extend this room out a little bit on the side. Yeah, we'll extend this room out a little bit on the sides, and then we can have a pump here. So you can actually stop doing that. So we'll have it go like that. And then do this. We'll dig all of this out. We won't let the chlorine out. That would be counterproductive. I'm gonna change the stream title because we're not actually gonna get to the Sweet Wheat Farm for a little while because we're waiting for the oil to heat up. There we go. So we're going to be building some cool steam vent tamers for a while. That's what we're going to do. Sorry, I've had a bad habit of trapping you guys today. This could be a yellow alert. Release them from their prison. They're fine with how events are currently unfolding. They're just a little bit trapped. Okay, just build the tile, please. So what we're going to do is we're going to have the thermo aquatune. So this is where the door is going to be. Then one... Oh, hold on. I need to set this... just do this here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That's where the thermo aquatune is going to be. And then we'll do a liquid lock like this so they can get in the room. And then... Then what? Let's have a think. What is overheating? What is overheating? So people need to be able to get in as well. Is this correct? Okay, this may be one too high. And then, in order for them to get in, it's going to need to be like this. So we actually need to move this all one over. Okay. My mistake. So we'll deconstruct all of this. So I just want to make it so they can walk in here when they want to. You guys are all getting idle again. So this is where the steam turbine is going to go. So steam turbine can go here. And then that will need to go like this. One more. Okay, one more. Okay, there we go. That's more like it. And then we'll extend this ladder up here. That should work fairly well. I think we'll need another ladder here. Yeah, so I might as well have the ladder go up here. We may have to do some tiling to seal off the... Oh, we can't seal off the chlorine. Ah. Okay, let's just dig the tiles out. Actually, do I even need to dig the tiles? I probably don't. Let's just block access here. And we'll do it like this. That should work. I believe. Me saying that should work definitely makes things work. That's how the game works. So we're gonna need some pitch pumps. So we'll make those, or bottle emptiers. I always call them pitch pumps. Wow, we have a lot of fossil again. Where did we find all of that? Have we just not been refining fossil? Where is that? Let's have a look. No? There we go. So, consumable ore? No. Raw mineral. Raw mineral, that's what it will be. So, let's add that to the list. Oh, we didn't have access to this oil biome for some reason. Oh, okay. And we've got access again now. Okay, that's really good. So we should have access to a lot more steel again. People refining fossil? They are. That's good. We'll settle this construction of 9. Just a little interim project while we're waiting for this, for our sleet wheat farm. Because what we need to do is we need to heat this oil up to a decent temperature, and then we're going to pour the hot oil on these tiny little blobs of algae that we've loaded in here with the conveyor meters. I'm going to cook those into dirt tiles, and then we'll bring pips in here and we'll plant the sleet wheat. Yeah, that's the other thing. If we had a load of sleet wheat in here, that could have all perished. It's at 55% freshness. Holy crap! It's like our freezer broke. Our freezer broke at the start because we accidentally froze the liquid lock. And we have 1,000 sleet wheat grains from the other planet, and they almost all perished. That would have been really bad. It still is kind of bad because we need to get the pips to plant them in a prompt manner. Yeah, things are going alright. I just need to pay a bit more attention. At least everyone's getting to relax at the moment. They're having a nice day, eating lots of surf and turf. Are these tables actually salted? I'll set them to priority 9 because we have loads of table salt. So we'll make sure the tables have plenty of salt. What is a day of a dupe's life without salt? So these two are enjoying some video games. We've actually got people on the other planet now, so they're getting the full benefit out of the phone. Turner seems to be getting a lot of benefit out of the phone. And this room just still kind of makes me sad because the hot tub never quite worked, but I don't know. I kind of still want to keep it here, but we'll have to change the setup for getting the water to the right temperature. I think the best way of doing that is honestly to have like a block of some heat retaining material. We heat that up to 37.7, and then we run water through that on radiant pipes. I believe that's what we do. And we heat that block up with something. That's what we did in our previous base. Although in that base we had a giant block of ice, and we run all the oxygen through that to get all the oxygen to a very precise temperature. But yes, at the moment this is what we're doing. So I think what we're going to want to do, we're definitely going to want to have steam in here. People can walk in and out of this area, and I don't really mind it too much. So I'm going to put some mechanized airlocks here. This liquid pump, we're going to move it up here. We'll make it out of gold, because I don't think it's ever going to need to not be gold. Do I want 2 pumps? Because this geyser is going to produce somewhere in the region... No, we don't want 2 pumps. That's just overkill. We're never going to be producing like more than 10 kilograms per second of water in here. So we'll just put a liquid pump in here. insulated pipe can go here. What I might do, I might put some paintings in the other spaces. Just fill it out. We're actually almost out of copper. That's a sad day. We can use gold. I think these ones out of copper and this one out of gold. You know, because these guys deserve art when they're when they're building this. I believe we'll just have this wire go up here like this. Probably doesn't need to be iron, but we actually have more iron than lead now because of all these iron volcanoes. We have 5 of them and they're all actually being cooled properly, so we're just going to have an absolute abundance of iron in our map. But that is an incredibly large amount of steam. So we're going to take crude oil and we're going to fill these. We're going to fill up these 4 tiles and just make sure that there's no pressure burst. And then we'll put the thermo aqua tuner in here. I believe we want this to be a thermo aqua tuner. I haven't really got Buddha's rotted meat. Okay, that's fine. I haven't really got a standard design for a cool steam vent tamer. I've made a lot of standard designs. Like I've got this one for a gold volcano. Usually works. I've got this one for an iron volcano, which usually works. Sometimes the volcanoes produce a bit more heat than usual, and they can stall a little bit, but they usually set themselves alright. I'm just glad this room is working again. I mean, I guess we won't know for certain until this geyser activates. How's this room looking? Not really hot enough. But we're not going to force it, we're just going to wait for the volcano to erupt. So how wide is this overall? So this is actually 20 by 6 tiles. Although these tiles are taken up with a steam turbine as well. So the steam turbine is going to be self-cooled. It's going to run like this. Let the liquid in here. This whole bit here is actually going to need to cool down. I did not consider that. Because at the moment it's just going to make the steam turbine too hot to work. We can dump some liquid in here to cool it down. I believe that will be good enough. And then this is the actual loop here. So let's move this pipe underneath. I'm going to put the pump here because I think the water's going to be coldest over here. So we'll deconstruct this. We'll just move the pipe to here. Who's idle? We'll have to keep an eye on this place as well, because this may not end up being enough mealwood to keep these guys alive permanently. Excuse me. So, what are we going to pour in here to cool this down? What liquids do we have? Probably just more salt water. There's a relatively large amount of thermal mass. Although there's so much steam in here, maybe it needs to be something colder. Do we actually have anything colder here? We could do polluted water, although that's still really hot. Where's the cold where's the cold liquid in this map? The answer is probably nowhere because we've been just we've just been desecrating this map pretty hard. I mean, we have regular room temperature water here. Maybe we just do that. We'll just make it actual water. And I'm hoping we can dump enough heat in here to sort of condense this. If not, we may need to hook up the thermo aqua tuner to cool this area down first. So we'll set this to water and we'll... Yeah, people should get on that pretty quickly. And in the meantime, we'll get this liquid lock finished. So this is done, so now we can connect this pipe up here. We'll make this out of gold. I believe gold is the best metal to make this out of in terms of conductivity. But we'll want to insulate it here. And then make it radiant here. And then we'll send it back here. We will bridge it over. Feed it in here. Oh, I made a slight mistake. We need a thermo sensor there, I believe. So let's remove that for now. And we'll deconstruct this, and deconstruct this, and we'll move that somewhere else. But in the meantime, what have we got in our printing pod? Another wart seed. I believe I'll take that. This is a really good dupe. This is a really good dupe. We've actually got room for one more dupe. I do want a rancher, though. You're a rancher, but not a very good one. I think I'll take the wart seed for now because they're just quite limited. Just in case we need a load of wheezeworts later. I'm sure we'll find some more good dupes. But yes, we will need to sort out our thermo aqua tuner. Let's go do that. I'm not 100% convinced how I'm going to actually cool this down. We get some... What I could do is I could get something from here. Like, get something really cold. Like, regolith. Can we make a temp shift tile out of regolith? Is that a thing you can do? I would be surprised. Does not look like it. I mean, as far as I can tell, we only have mafic rock in space. But essentially, I just need to cool this area down again. I think I'm going to struggle. How's the oil looking? Has it heated up at all? So we've almost got it to 125 degrees, but I think we're going to need it to about 130. We're going to need the volcano to activate again before we can start cooking all this algae. That's really what I actually wanted to do today. I think I might stream a little longer than normal because I started a bit later than normal. And I want to get this done because I've waited long enough for it. I'm actually going to speed to it. I've waited around plenty. We've got stuff we want to do, and I want to make this good standard design. Probably a more space efficient design, but I want people to be able to walk in here without problems. Almost symmetrical. Almost. So yeah, let's have them come in here. Oh, you're up early. I mean, I guess you're I guess actually we've got all of our early birds on their schedule now, haven't we? Yes. So we have 4 early birds now, and we have Travaldo, who is no longer Travaldo because someone renamed him, and they showed me how to rename dupes. This dupe is named after a very special person in my life and in one of my followers' lives. Okay, so that's awaiting coolant. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, let's deconstruct the thermal tuner and go from there. So we actually need this to go 1 tile in. So that will do. And then we'll set the pump just to come out here. So... or the vent. Me can't English today. So deconstruct that. Put the vent... no, that's not quite going to work either, is it? Actually, it will, because we can bring the insulated stuff around here. Okay. So, vent goes here. And then insulator pipe. We'll bridge that over. Who's idle? Then we'll send this here. And we'll put the thermo sensor on this. And that will turn the aquatuner on and off. We can make this out of lead. That shouldn't cause any issues. And then the cold stuff will come out here. And if it's already cold enough, then it will bypass this. How will it bypass this? Because we need to hook it up onto a bridge, and we need to connect it here. I could kind of cheat. I could kind of cheat with a lot of bridges, so maybe we'll just do that. So bridge here. I believe what we'll do is bridge there. We want it to heat. We want it to feed on from the coolant specifically. If we feed it on like this, it will do the exact opposite of what I'm intending. So what I should do is this. There we go. So now it will feed onto this bridge first, so it will come from the coolant first, and then it will come onto here. And then the issue is we have a bridge between the steam room and this room. Maybe that won't be a problem. I mean, we're already letting heat leak through here. It shouldn't be too much of a heat leak. We're just trying to cool it down enough to condense it. So if there's a little bit of inefficiency in here, that's not too bad. I just want to make it so I can get in and out of here. I mean, what I could do is I could even put some weezeworts in here. That might help. I don't know. I don't think I'll bother with that. So you guys are taking your time with this oil. And then that steam turbine, we're going to want to hook that up to a producer. Do we have a free producer anywhere? We do up here. Good grief, that's really far away. Well, I believe we can. I believe we can just do this. So we'll dig through that, and then we'll hook the power wire through here. And then we'll just send that up here, and that will go into this one. It's not very neat, but it will do. I mean, how much power is actually going to this one? With 3 steam turbines on that, so that's probably... Yeah, that's... Probably don't want to add it to any of these. I can re-insulate this bit afterwards if I want. Probably should. And we'll need to hook up the thermo aqua tuner. That's going to be way too much power draw for this line. So let's deconstruct this wire. We'll put a conductive bridge here. Then that wire, we have a load of available consumer branches, so we'll just go through. We'll just go through here. No problem. There we go. Shouldn't be any problems with doing that, other than it not looking particularly neat, but that's fine. Why can I not dig here? Oh, it is digging. It's a bit of a weird glitch. So, Gosman and Mima are finished. Oh wow, they don't actually have any errands in here. Okay. I believe that means I can redo the sweep, the general sweep order. So let's redo that. Let's make this priority 1 as well. Yeah, there we go. So we'll have everyone continue to sweep. Let's do some general sweep commands. Anywhere that really needs sweeping, I believe up here, doing some sweeping. I believe these rooms could... Oh, blimey, that didn't quite work. Okay, turn these off. I forgot about these. We just try to fill up some ethanol. I guess we produced a lot more ethanol than I remember. So yeah, you can sweep those up too. And collect all the ethanol. Oh, I guess not. Wow, that's a lot of ethanol. Whoops. We got a souvenir. How's the oil temperature looking? Nah, we need this to erupt, so 12 more cycles and then we can do the sleep eat farm again. I think this will be done in 12 cycles. You guys don't have too much to do. Still got to think about how to cool this room down. I could build a load of... Actually, I know what I could do. I could build a load of ice statues here, and I need to import ice from the other planet. So let's actually do that. Let's set this conveyor loader. Yeah, you're not currently loading any of those because there aren't any on the map. So we'll have you load ice. Crushed ice. Snow. And then Hopefully that won't just immediately melt. It's not actually very warm in here, or it's not very hot in here, and it's right next to where we're going to be dropping it off, so it should be fine. And then once we get some ice, we can build some ice statues, and those should evaporate almost immediately. Yeah, I think that'll work pretty well. It looks like people are just spending a lot of time pondering now. Although, well, Meep's alright at the moment. He's a man on a mission. No, even then you can see he pondered for quite a minute there. There's just so much stuff for people to do now. So many different options. So that's the thing, like their skills increase as the game progresses, but they also take longer to make decisions. And now Meep is trapped. Yeah, you can dig that tile. There you go. So, to no one's surprise, the steam turbine is too hot. So we'll put a tile there, uproot this. Then, are we dropping off ice here? How's this going? No one's doing any of that at the moment. Let's make this yellow alert and then un-yellow alert it. Now you guys should be doing that whenever you're not on downtime. Okay. Looks like we have enough data banks left for an extra tech as well. Let's research another tech. I'm thinking beach chair. Let's try and do some beach chairs at some point. Okay, now it's downtime, so I'm going to speed to it again. I trust everyone will know what to do on downtime. They'll just relax. But yes, this game's kind of turning into a slideshow, so let's attack some critters as well. Attack most of these guys. Most of these guys. Most of these guys. This is why I don't run the game on 2x speed too much. So, yeah, the saltwater guys are still erupting. How much salt do we actually have now? We have 8.4 tons. So we have been turning it all into table salt. And they have been consuming it, I believe. Yeah, these tables are all salted. People are eating their meals. Oop. There we go, we're fine. Yeah, I'm just going to speed run it. Actually, let's turn the fan on as well, that would probably help. Okay, let's resume. So we need ice from the other planet. So I hope that's what you're all doing at the moment, because I did dig up an absolute ton of ice and snow here. We might as well actually make the most of it. Is that what you guys are doing now? Looks like the steam vent is erupting as well, but that's gonna it's gonna get very hot. At least it's well insulated. Let's see when the first lot of ice comes through. I believe that's what you're all doing now. Yes. Yes, let's do it. The more we drop off, the more it should retain its heat. Shouldn't melt too much on the journey there. Let's have a look. So it's coming out here. Did exchange a little bit of heat at first, but I think we'll be alright. And then when we've got enough ice for a temperature, like, actually, I believe it's the ice statues we want to do. So what's the temperature differential over here as well? Probably going to want to insulate these tiles. Just to really keep that cold water in there. How's that going? Yeah, that's going pretty well. So let's build an ice statue. Ice block. So that takes 400, and we can put that. In fact, I probably just want to deconstruct this too. It's almost the last thing we need to do is just cool down this steam turbine. There's so much steam in here as well. Yeah, you guys are all coming in to build this, so I'll just let you get on with that. The ice is staying cold, so no problems there. These tiles are heating up quite a lot, so we're going to want to insulate that in too. Yep. Right, so now begins the ice statues, so let's try it. I mean, it's only going to be 400 kilograms at a time, and each tile here is 400 kilograms of steam. So it's probably going to take a lot of ice to actually cool this area down enough for the steam turbine to work. And then when it does, we'll just lock it in. So we want to sweep all of this urgently. We won't want to leave any of that in there. What is everyone actually doing at the moment? Frankie should be building this. So let's see what Frankie does. Where? I hope the ice isn't just straight up evaporating before they can build it. That would be bad. Let's set that to yellow alert so that someone actually does it. Let's follow you. Just make sure this actually gets done. So you grab the ice. Then I'm going to go in a transit tube. Yes, because the access is blocked the other way. Then you get here. You still have the ice? You do. And now you just need to leg it in here before it melts. And I'm hoping the tile won't just melt immediately. I guess we'll see if it does. Okay, I could do with the more direct ladder. So the ice is at the right temperature. The ice is nice. We'll rebuild this ladder here, I think. And then we'll see what that does temperature-wise. I mean, that should melt immediately. But at least we know they can actually bring ice up here and it's not going to be too bad. I could probably make all of this insulated too. Probably should. Yeah, so that melted immediately. That is... Yeah, okay, that's having a pretty good effect on the steam. So that's cooled down the steam turbine enough to actually work, which is good. Okay, I believe you can stop doing this now, so let's remove the liquefiables. And we'll dump the rest in here for good measure. But this may be alright. In fact, I probably don't actually want to dump any more in here, because then all of the steam would condense. And that would be bad, because then this room would flood. But at the moment, it's still bad because temperature's going to be too high. Maybe we put one more in. We'll try one more. Food's decayed. It's fine. So yeah, Surf and Turf has overtaken barbecue as a stored food. So that is a sign that we're accumulating enough Pacus. So the water is still hot in here. Why is that? Oh, I see. The loop is actually too full now. We actually need to remove a single liquid tile from here. So we might as well remove the single water tile that somehow didn't get frozen. So who's coming to do that? Return it. You should be quite quick. He's too quick for me to keep up with. Excellent. There he is. You found him. Oh, wait, you're doing that too much. Crap. That may have been alright. Yes, and now we just need to make sure to delete the liquid bridge. Okay. So how's that looking now? Yes, that is looking correct. Who's unreachable food? Okay, we're running out of food here, so we have got bog buckets growing, so that may solve itself. If the bog buckets work, that shouldn't be a problem. I should probably add a resources list here too. So what resources are we going to want to add? So probably just a few basic ones. So coal, yes. Dirt, yes. That is indeed a yes. Sand is relevant. We're definitely going to need what else are we going to need? Well, we've got metal. I guess I'll get copper ore on there. Algae, that's definitely relevant. Cobalt is relevant because that's going to be the refined metal they're going to build with. And I believe it's about it. And it looks like everyone's alright on that front for now. But we'll keep an eye on the algae because eventually it's going to run out and we're going to need to set up an electrolyzer. Looks like the plug slugs are eating some of the metal down here. Right, let's go check on the oil. So it's getting a little bit hotter. We've only got another 10 cycles left, so let's get the... Oh, did I forget to rebuild that thing? I did. Excellent. Here we go. Let's rebuild that. So now we flooded this, which is not the desired outcome. I mean, I could solve that for now by putting a mesh tile here. But that's not gonna permanently solve the problem. This water tile here should keep the steam out. I don't think it's gonna get pushed out by the steam. So this should be alright, and we'll rebuild it eventually, but that will just dump all the water in here, and then we'll pump that out. And that is fine. So how long before this starts working again? I think we'll have to completely vent it. There's currently a vacuum in here, which is impressive. At what point is this going to work? I mean, I'm thinking what will happen is... we'll flood out. We've got steam in here again. But perhaps if I just sweep this tile, then I'll rebuild this insulated tile once we've got some steam in here again, that will do. Oh, but we do actually need an atmosphere in here. Chlorine? That what we want in there? Not really. But it is what we have. So maybe we just let the chlorine in. Okay, let's try it. I'm curious. So we'll deconstruct that. We'll rebuild this, and we'll just fill this room with the chlorine from over here, and that might help dump some of the heat out of this room too. So we can. This is actually a vacuum at the moment, so we can dig this out. Okay, this is plugged in. That's good. Who's going to do this? Someone very soon. So we're starting to feed the hot water out here, which is good. So we can start consuming that again. I'm slightly concerned that this is going to heat up. Guess we will see. Definitely getting some steam explosions going on. It's definitely not a stable equilibrium. Go on, Meep. I believe in you. You can do it. Dig the tile before we have a huge steam catastrophe. Okay, so chlorine coming in here. Let's yellow alert sweep this. This room will fill with chlorine. And then we can just brick it in. How much chlorine do I actually need in here? We just need to finish this wire off as well, and then we can get it working. Okay. That was not the desired outcome. Bollocks. So we're gonna need to build another ice statue, I think. So let's do that again. We'll continue to sweep all the stuff out of here, and hopefully the chlorine will behave. Although it looks like the chlorine may just end up being deleted. I mean, I'm hoping what will happen is this will cause all the chlorine to end up condensing in here on the floor. That would be ideal. But we're going to need to fill this room with chlorine and then seal it pretty sharpish. Well, this certainly gave us something to do. No power consumers. Yes, because it's not hooked up here yet. Okay. So we've swept all of that, so that's good. So we've got 12.5 kilograms of chlorine. Water's coming here. Steam is going to condense. Filling that out. And I believe now we just want to block it in completely. So we'll do this. I actually got most of the chlorine in here with that technique. That was actually quite clever. Maybe. Maybe. This steam turbine is going to flood fairly quickly, so we do need to build these immediately. And I'm absolutely sure that our dupes are going to trap themselves in here too. Come on. Come on. Come on! Do it now! Okay. You're coming in. Do it before this floods. I believe in you. You can do it before it floods. Will it flood at like 500 kilograms? And I believe you're even building them in the right order. Oh, almost. Very nearly. Okay, you're so close to doing this in the right order. I believe you. I believe in you. Okay. And now move here and then get this tower built. I prefer to not have used chlorine for the thermal mass because it just does not retain a lot of thermal mass. But we didn't end up having much of a choice. It should at least function, and the water will act as the heat sink. That should not evaporate under any circumstance. So I believe this is almost ready. Who's got unreachable food? These guys. So, we are still looking for a rancher, proper rancher. None available. Let's just take the dirt then. Yes. Wrangle some more guys. In case. Wrangle some more guys. Okay. In the meantime, let's see what is going on here. It's not quite hot enough yet. Eventually we're going to need to get the steam out of here as well, because that might start the volcano overpressurizing. We're currently venting it in from the sauna. I'm beginning to think I may need to vent that somewhere else where it just condenses. Where would the best place for that be? Don't know. How's the gas distribution in the base looking? Oh, this has been on the whole time. Oh wow, we've probably got a load of oxygen. Oh god, we've got a load of oxygen down here. Well, that's fine. I think we vented a lot of the waste gases out of the base as a result, so that's good. Still got a few floating about. They put some stickers here in the farm. Excellent, good job. Definitely what I wanted. So we've got another 8.7 cycles on that. Man, I have an itchy eye. Sometimes it's just super satisfying to scratch an eye. So yeah, it looks like we'll get this operating today. Oh, then we just need to get liquid on the loop. So we need to put liquid in here. That will need to be probably polluted water. And we'll want to set this to 90, I think. So then what we can do is, how are we going to get the polluted water in there? We can use this bit here where it's not actually too hot. And dig this out. Put an insulated tile there. Dig this out. Might as well just dig all of this out. We don't need those tiles anymore. And then we can put a pitcher pump here. This is becoming my favorite trick. No. Just getting liquids where we need them. And we will just do it like this. So I believe we'll do an insulated pipe just to get it down here. And then we'll fill this with polluted water, which we have plenty of. So the one issue this could have is heat transfer through the mechanized airlock may be too great. Oh. Well, that's something I also didn't consider. I could just get these all done. Sweep this whole area and then seal this off. And then if we need to get back in here, we can just break in here. The important thing is we have the liquid lock here. I kind of like how this was laid out, but in retrospect, it may have made more sense to have the steam turbine here, have the liquid lock underneath the geyser or something, and then have it be like a 4 block or something. I don't know. But I get the feeling that this is probably going to let too much heat transfer in here. That's not actually going to work properly. There's so much steam in here. I mean, we'll gradually remove it. But this isn't going to erupt for ages just because there's been so much steam incorporated into this room. I mean, I guess it's not really a problem. In the meantime, the slime lung is all dying. So we can just start harvesting all of this. As part of the intent as well to just cook the cook the slime biome with all this steam. Oh right, now we can actually access up here. Let's build some ladders here. That should solve that problem. And then liquid, polluted water, enable auto bottle. Please do it immediately. So the water is being fed out of here, but it's just taking a while because only the electrolyzers are consuming that water, I believe. Wait. Why are we still letting hydrogen here? Okay, that's enough hydrogen. You can stop that now. I mean, no one will be going in here anyways, but let's make sure no one goes in there. Yes, apologies about the hydrogen. Maybe we should vent that all out somewhere. So who's doing this? Turner. So you're almost there. That's good. And we need the pipe to be finished, or the wire to be finished, and most importantly, we need the painting to be finished. That's definitely what we need to do. So, we have time for our second design. We're probably going to want to, I don't know, we'll probably do something slightly different for the second design. It wasn't bad, but it's not, not exactly how I thought it was going to go. So, are you guys actually prioritizing this? Yes, you are. Okay, that's good. Okay, that is enough. Actually, yeah, that's fine. Keep filling it up. Definitely don't want to jeopardize that. Bubbles is just like, hey. I have a painting next to a steam vent. What are you? No, we can't put them over the steam vent. Sad face. What's overheated? The pitch pump. Yeah, that checks out. We have an extreme amount of polluted oxygen here. I think we just let these overheat. I believe that is the intent. We are kind of wanting to just boil this area now. I believe this polluted water will evaporate as well soon. In fact, it will certainly evaporate if I bring it down here. So let's just let it loose. We'll just let it loose. Dig all of this. No germs in either of those tiles, so we can do that too. They didn't quite get around to doing what I wanted them to do. So, yeah, I'm just going to grab a drink. I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. Sorry, I just went to go get a drink. It's currently nighttime, everyone is relaxing and having fun. So, yeah, not bad. What's yellow alert? Oh, yeah, this thing. Probably doesn't need to be yellow alert anymore. We've got enough polluted water in here. So, we're just finishing off a cool steam vent tamer. I haven't really got a standard design for this yet. I've done a few different designs on a few different bases. So I wanted to try this one. So we've just got the vent here, we've got a pump, we've got a thermo aqua tuner. It's going to cool down the steam in here, condense it. This room currently has like 400 kilograms per tile of steam, so that probably won't happen for a while. I'm alright with that. We've got some water in here to pump in the meantime. And then this steam turbine will cool this. Not 100% sure it'll work. Actually, yeah, let's just turn this off. So we do need this to be powered, so... Oh. Yeah, that, that would have been a good idea. Here we go. Yeah. The main thing we're trying to do is we're trying to get our sleep wheat farm operational, but to do that we need this oil. We need the oil in these pipes to get hot, and our iron volcano, which heats this room, is currently off. So that will reactivate in about 8 cycles. So in the meantime, we're just doing some general projects. So this was just emptying out into this area for a while. We're going to evaporate all this polluted water. We're slowly cooking the steam, the slime biome, which I am finding immense pleasure in because I hate slime biomes. We literally have a mushroom farm down here where the sole purpose is to consume all the slime and to feed the juicer, which is very important because your dupes have got to eat all those juicy smoothies, including the cups. So the liquid vent is overpressuring from the... Okay. I found a problem. The liquid vent is overpressurizing. So we need to cool this room down. Condense this steam. Condense the steam and let it out. So we could build an ice statue in there. We brought some ice over from the other planet, but we don't have enough of it. Did it all melt in here? It all melted. So let's bring some more back. We're not actually doing a huge amount with our ice planet at the moment. We're kind of idling it while we're getting some other stuff done. But the dupes are coming here to train their athletic skill, and I must say they're doing an impressive job. Like, let's see, how high is your Okay. First of all, actually, let's sweep this so you're not running around in the cold. No, not wrangle. Let's sweep this so you're not running around in the cold. You guys don't look like you're having a lot of fun. But what's the athletic skill on these new guys looking like? So we've got 3, we've got 15. I mean, yeah, Luke Taylor is the standout. He's been around a while. 20 on Ada, so she's actually finished. 2 on Harold. Yeah, that's it for now. Okay, there we go. So I'm hoping we can dump some ice back in here. Look, actually, now the liquid vent is alright. So it just needs to be below 1,000 kilograms per tile. Good grief. I didn't think that was going to be hard to achieve, but here we are. Pipe. That's the wrong pipe. I mean, the wrong wire. So let's deconstruct that and hook that up to the consumers. I guess we're just going to hook it up straight here. It's super wasteful, but I don't actually care. Well, it's not super wasteful. It's, wow, that thing is ugly. We could just use this for a lot more than just this one wire. So, let's do this. Not undermine the tank. Right, let's actually, cancel this. Come up like here. And then we'll feed it across here. And I believe that will work, so then we can just dig these tiles out. Okay. So it looks like everything in here should function. Are you alright? You don't look very comfy. God, what a weird room this is. Still not convinced this is actually going to work. I feel like there might be too much heat transfer here. We'll see. Worst case, I'll just brick this in when we're all finished. So in the meantime, let's sweep all of this stuff. I believe the construction's finished in here. So yeah, let's see how that goes. How's everyone doing now? Okay, so everyone's now ambivalent to their exercise regime. Okay. Seems like people are still starving a little bit. So these mealwoods provide... So they produce 600 cal every 3 cycles. Each of these is 200 cal, and we need 5,000 cal. Yeah, so it's actually 5 per dupe. So we do actually need a few more. This area is cold for now. Let's just put some more over here. Getting some more polluted water from here again, that's good. Okay. So we're getting the wire built. We can sweep all of this too. We need to leave this stuff in here. So how's it going? I'm just trying to get the wire built. Whose priority is this? Yes, people are coming to do this. I guess it's just quite an annoying area to access to. Got a single tile of chlorine down there, that's mildly annoying. You're definitely coming, Frankie. You are, you're just in the tube. You are in the tube. A lot of grub grubs. Never found that sulfur geyser, but maybe we could still do something with them. I might even just do something just like a test build here, because we're going to do a run on a sulfur planet, so I want to get that all to work. Right, so now we're feeding the thermo aquature loop, so let's see how this goes. I'm very curious as to how effective this is actually going to be. In fact, can we... Let's sweep this all out now, and then we can seal this room. I think we are just going to want to seal the room after all. So much steam in here. How did I let it get this bad? So it's running into the loop. It is cooling the room, I think. I'm going to start heating this room up. So let's see what kind of temperature gradient we can get on this at the moment. The answer is probably not a very good one. Yes, you guys do need some more mealwoods. Apologies, I got the ratio completely wrong. Who's going to do this? So, no one. Because it's downtime. Well, it looks like... I think there's a little bit of a temperature gradient. I'm going to be very curious if this still works with the door. But the liquid is going out of the pipe at 77. Okay, not that one. Going out of this pipe at 84. And it's coming in at 98. So we are getting the full 14 degrees of cooling. Question is enough heat actually getting taken out of the steam to condense it? I think the answer is probably no. So we've got about a 3-degree temperature gradient across here now. Actually, this steam is starting to cool down. This might even work. Might even work. I prefer if it did, because then we could, then we could just. We've got spare power at the moment, and then we can just keep walking in here if we want. But we probably don't actually need to walk in here. Very curious. The steam is indeed heating up. So, are people actually coming in here to do this? They're not. By giving them too many sweep orders to do again. I may have done that. Room is almost hot enough to actually work. Let's cancel all the sweep orders. So those will be cancelled. And you guys are collecting all of this. Let's sweep it up again. People still aren't coming in. Where are they? What are you doing? Farming supply. They're not actually the right thing. So, how I resolved this issue last time is I cancelled all the sweep orders. So let's try that again. Now we'll come back here. Sweep that. No, that didn't fix it. I mean, people are coming in here. Actually, it looks like they are doing it. The errand just isn't showing up. Okay, that's fine. I'll take that. I'll allow it. So this room reheated. Yes. So I think we will want to re-block this in. In fact, to be honest, there's steam in here. There's steam here. People can... I think people can just walk in here. We do just need to eventually allow this steam vent to erupt, but we've got so much steam in here for now, I'm not worried. Now we'll deconstruct this and we'll just block it off. Not bad. Not bad. So I got my bonus today. So it's been a good week good year work-wise. Lots of stuff. Lots of stuff going on. Lots of projects being successful. So I'm going to spend some of that money probably on a new webcam because I'm currently using my laptop's default webcam and it is not great. It is functional, but I could do with a better one, I think. Not a super expensive one, just a normal one. So we need to build this. People are coming to build that though, so it's fine. What's our power situation looking like anyways, now that we've got this thing on? Looks like we're still massively overproducing power, so... Manual generator overproduction. What? Oh, I guess this is colony-wide. Oh, okay, that's fine. It's idle. You are... We'll want to queue up those sweep orders again. Just want to get rid of all the stuff that's hanging around. If we can. Oh great, we left a nice big chunk of steel in there. Why do we make these out of steel? I don't know. We have a load of steel, so I'm not super worried. So now we should actually start getting a temperature gradient over here. And I'm going to deconstruct and block this in too. That way we're not leaking heat out here into the rest of the steam biome. Just actually going to delete that heat. And we'll still let the saltwater guys erupt into here, just because we're desalinating it this way. So you might as well sweep this. And then build these. And I think we can just deconstruct this. And I believe we can just deconstruct these pipes. And then we'll reuse this again if we want, but not necessary at the moment. Yeah, not bad. Who's decayed? 8. Okay. So I'm thinking the oil might actually be hot enough for us to start cooking tiles with it. I'm gonna save it and give it a try. I'm just gonna close this room off first. That's just just yellow priorities just to get these done. Yeah, you guys still need more food, so have some extra plants. I mean, the whole biome is temperate, to be honest, so not super concerned about temperatures here. I think there's going to be a huge amount of temperature flux here. Now that we've got a cold geyser that's just circulating, so we can just keep growing mealwood in here. Bathroom is going to work until the end of time. Yeah, not bad. Yeah, so this room is getting properly hot now, and this steam is actually getting cold. So this should condense soon. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. Okay, wow, that is a researcher with some perks. It's funny, now I've got 29 dupes, I'm always getting offered the same actual people. Do I want another researcher? I don't think I do. I'm just gonna take more seeds. Right, so they built all that, so I believe I can get this to work now. So we're gonna save it. We're going to try and cook the dirt tiles. I'm fairly confident this will work, but it may be that the oil isn't hot enough yet, so we'll give it a try. Let it through if it's 127.5. So what we do is we load the oil in here when it's hot enough. It will hopefully retain most of its heat in these insulated pipes while we do this. I could have made these out of ceramic and stored them in these pipes, but I don't have that much ceramic. I do have a fair amount of ceramic. I've got 50 tons of ceramic, but oh, I didn't flip the switch. Crap. I didn't flip all these switches. So that did not quite work. Let's try again. So the problem with this is that now we have the liquid pipes here, they're a lot more mass. So I'll try dumping a load of oil here, but it might not heat it up enough. No, it's not getting hot enough. So that did not work because the liquid pipe is adding to the mass of the tile. So we'll reload this. Just uno second. And then when this is loaded, we'll have to just go and try again. We'll have to wait for the volcano. I don't think there's any ifs or buts about it. So we'll keep going, but that probably means it's going to have to wait until it's probably going to have to wait until tomorrow. We'll make sure to flip all these vents this time. Yeah, there we go. So what's the mass of this granite tile? Of granite pipe? So that's 100 kilograms. So instead of trying to heat 10 grams, we're trying to heat 100 kilograms. Yeesh. So that's going to require some hotter oil. I mean, we could heat it up to 250. That seems like it's going to take a while. So we got another 6 cycles on that. What is happening here? Got polluted water. Oh, the polluted water is just trying to evaporate. Okay. That's fine. We keep demolishing the slime biome. That's definitely something to do. So I think at this point I'm just going to break in here. The ladder going across. I'd quite like to just remove all of the slime. Go away. Steam turbine is flooded. That's not ideal. I mean, it makes sense. It does make sense because it was a lot of liquid. The game didn't realize it was too much liquid until it reloaded. Unfortunate. So I believe the answer to that is that we put a mesh tile here. We bed that water out here. fact, if we do the same with that tile, it might actually let us drain all the water out here. I think would be preferable. So let's see if that works. Sorry, this has mostly ended up being steam vent maintenance tonight. This geyser wasn't actually going to activate for a while either. Yeah, okay, so we can... yeah, disable auto repair on all of these. And we can just build this ladder across here. It does not need to be yellow alert though. So that can go there. So letting the water out here. I believe this will let all of the water out. Try it. We've got enough oil in here now, so let's turn this off. Let's turn that off. This is still flooded. I believe we can actually deconstruct these and go in here and sweep the rest of this. Maybe? That will let the chlorine out, and then we'll let a load of steam back in. But yeah, looks like most of the steam is condensing in here now, so that's good. At what point is it not going to consider this flooded? Perhaps just sweeping that one tile will be enough. Let's try it. I'm hoping we don't end up letting the chlorine out. That would be bad. Yes, that worked. So now we need to break this back up immediately. Immediately. Yeah, we condensed all the steam. So now we just have water in here. That will get pumped out, and then more steam will come in when the geyser erupts. So, provided that the steam turbine doesn't overheat, we're all set. This is actually done. And I suppose the next logical thing to do would be to do the exact same setup in the other place. Well, I say the exact same setup. It's going to be slightly different, because we're not going to be building it in a giant steam room. And we may want to do something different with the liquid lock. This is kind of weird. You know, I'm not sure I even actually needed a liquid lock in here after all. I could have probably, because this was in a steam room, I probably could have just built everything and then just tiled it off, and then it would have sorted itself out. Yeah, this is all condensed, so this is turned off. Feels good, man. I'm pretty happy with that as a finished build. I wish I could say the same for this. But it's just going to take some time with that thing. How are the plants doing? Is anything dying? 2 bristle blossoms over here that are too warm. Gosman's injured. Oh, people are injured because they've been attacking all of the animals. You know, I didn't even consider that. So the mealwood is getting too hot. Interesting. Natural gas is coming into the cooling loop at 34. It's coming out at 20. So this is pretty much at capacity. Well, at least our nature reserve is looking normal again. Because we've pushed all that oxygen around. There we go. So we're going to want to tame this steam vent too. So you know what? We could probably do the exact same design, except it's not going to be in the steam room. So let's just do that. So do not need yellow priority on that, please. People see enough yellow. I think we'll just do the exact same thing, just for simplicity. So we'll have the thermoelectric tuner here, steam turbine here. We'll deconstruct this. Rebuild it somewhere else. We'll rebuild it one tile lower, I think. So, like that. You are idle. That's not good. Frankie can come build that and save your butt. And then we'll want the liquid lock. And that can just be there. We can dig this out. Right, so you should be able to leave now. Yeah, there you go. And I guess we'll just build a ladder here. And then we can deconstruct this. Deconstruct that. Build this. I won't even bother dooring this off. Yeah, that should work pretty well. Iron volcano tamers are working as usual. Got over 200 tons of iron now because these volcanoes just keep crapping it out. It's great. We've got 5 iron volcanoes on the map. Let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nuts. I like how big the central base is as well. Like, on a lot of maps you have a little base and then you have lots of areas around the map, but here we've just got one big area. I like it. We're positive on everything. We've got 400 tons of coal, and most of that is actually from the sage hatches. We've got 50 tons of plastic. I've never had these kinds of resources on their cycle of 450. So what's going on with the natural gas? It is still coming in from here. Geyser is dormant. It's fair. A load of people I didn't give snazzy suits. We could send them snazzy suits. We could do that. We could put them in the teleporter. Clothing. Please send clothing. So this isn't erupting. I believe we've got enough steam in here. Let's stop these. Let's stop these from being filled. That no longer needs to happen. We've got enough liquid in here. And this volcano is dormant now anyways. I believe we can turn this off because the volcano is dormant, so we don't need to burn a load of coal just to keep that going. This gold volcano has been super straightforward. No problems. Who's idle? You've trapped yourself. Excellent. Can you dig? Yes, but you can't dig this. Oh, wow, you've all trapped yourselves. Okay. Weird flex. There you go. I mean, there's slime lung down here. Like, I'm not worried about the slime lung down here anymore. So we can break through this. We could put the pitch pumps in. Bottle emptiers. I keep calling them pitch pumps. They are not those. So we're getting it all built. And I guess I'll start putting in all the other stuff. So we will put the pump here. I'm also going to put a gas pump here this time. Because we've got the CO2 that we want to get rid of. So that can go here. And then we can put the paintings in. Very important. Very important indeed. Thermo, aquatuna, sounds good. I think we'll do the exact same setup. So we'll do the liquid vent here. And we will have the insulated pipe here. We have the liquid bridges like this. So that enters first, and then this goes on. Like that. This is insulated pipe here. Then we have a radiant pipe going here. Then we have the bridge that comes across here. Put the insulated pipe here, and then it turns to gold pipe here. It goes like that. The insulated pipe. No, we don't. Go like that. And then we can dig this out. This is heated up now, so that's fine. We'll need to fill these with oil. Thankfully, we have no shortage of oil. And then power-wise, we'll need consumers. Need regular consumers. Oh, I didn't mean to disconnect this wire. Okay, let's rebuild that wire. There you go. In fact, you can cancel this. We can deconstruct that wire there. We can bring it across, say, here. And then we'll need some producers to hook the steam turbine onto. So I believe we'll just come down here and we'll do it like this. There we go. And then the... oh, blimey. Then there's the thermo aqua tuner. How are we going to hook that on? I believe that's going to need its own power spine. That's going to need its own conductive wire, and it's going to have to go all the way up here. That's not going to be fun. So what is the quickest way of getting a power wire all the way down there? I think at this point we just take it through the main base. I think we literally do that. Oh, not like that. So we go up here. And then we bridge it over. Then we do a lot of bridges. So it will go like this. It'll be Jeff Bridges. We'll literally go around the outside of the whole power grid. Morgan Bennett. Right, let's go back to the bottom. Look this all up. This is why I'm not an E&I engineer. There we go. And then, how do we get it over? Oh, Christ. Okay, not like that. Hold on. Let's try again. So we'll just hook it around like this. And I think what we'll have to do is we'll have to deconstruct all of these wires, bridge them all, and then we can bridge here, and then we can feed it through. And then that should... oh, wait, no, it's a consumer. Okay, so instead of hooking it up here, we can feed that on... there's one there, but I might as well just use this one. So we will go like this. There we go. Oh, blimey. This is the one bit of heavy watt wire we're running everything off of. And that's just feeding all these conductive wires going everywhere across the map. So we'll need to reconstruct these all as a matter of urgency. So that can be yellow alert. And yeah, I believe that's wire done. So in the meantime, well, they're going to be building that for a while. They're going to be building that for a while. So that wire is just going to go all the way through the main base. So I guess we'll just watch and see how it goes. Because these guys aren't going to be doing anything else for a while. Yes, pipe blocked. Water is coming out of here. We're just not consuming a lot of water. But this is fine. It will all accumulate in here and we'll pump it all out. And this way none of it will actually be wasted. Looks like we are getting some stuff done down here as well. Good. We can put the steam turbine in. There's no steam here, so I believe we can just have this out in the open. I'm not concerned about that. We will need to vent this bit, so we'll just set up a fairly typical gas vent there. In fact, what I'll actually do is I'll put it in this corner and just leave it here. That way it looks like it was meant to be there. And then we can also put the sensor on. So, sensor go here. And then we can hook that up with the automation wire like this. This room won't get super hot. And then we'll just put mechanized airlock here, mechanized airlock there. Did I miss that off the other one? I may have done that. Yeah, well, I'll put those in just so that we can deny access if we want. Not that it's super important. Actually, we can just do that. In fact, yeah, that's what we need to do. Yep. Good stuff. So, I did wire that separately. Okay, that's good. And then yes, I'll just bridge this over. We'll do it like this. And there we go, that should work. I must say this is getting done a lot quicker than the other one does. Can I even just sweep everything out of here? Let's get those sweeps queued up. And then once we vented all the gas out of this room, we'll just put some water in. Actually, we won't even need to put some water in. This will reactivate in 20 cycles. 20 cycles. Cycles. Food is decayed. I don't think that's a problem. People aren't sweeping all of the pinch pepper nuts, but that's fine. So I think we're probably going to need this oil to be up to like 200 degrees before we can cook with it. So that will probably be... This will reactivate in 3 cycles. So I want to stick around for that, but it's probably going to take at least 10 cycles for that to actually cook. I'm a bit annoyed this ended up taking much longer than I thought it would. I feel like I've had a misleading stream title. What's going on with this room? It's fine. Okay, so how's it going? Is this all built? I believe this is technically vacuuming. Yeah, gas is flowing out there. Is it? I think it is trapped in here. Interesting that the gas pressure was so high in here. I think we're alright. The oxygen is still coming out quite hot out of these pumps. It's probably not helping the temperatures. I think next time I build this, I'll definitely make sure to have radiant piping in here. But I think, to be honest, we can actually just put up with it for now. Oh, it's been a good night. Getting these vents tamed is something I've been putting off for a while. Unreachable toilet. Yeah, looks like you guys have mostly solved the food problem. We're getting a good amount of clay here as well, I believe. Yeah, because this is all off-gassing now. Well, mostly. We're looking for something else to tame. We could do a hot steam vent. Because there is a hot steam vent in the base, the main base that we need to tame. We can hook that up for some more power. Right here. It's in kind of an awkward position because of the uranium biome. But what I typically do with these anyways is I do a chimney up and then the steam comes out here into the steam turbines. So it's probably not actually going to be that inconvenient. So if we're still looking for more time, or we need more things to do while we're waiting for the oil, we could do that as well. But I'm kind of lacking energy, so I may end the stream. I may end the stream soon. I don't think I want any of these guys. We'll just take more seeds. More seeds. Got carbon dioxide geyser over here, but I don't think we need to use that. Although, what I could do as well is... I mean, this is cooling down this area here. I guess it does. I guess this doesn't really need any help. What I could do is I could put another thermo regulator here. I'm not sure I'll be able to fit it in tile-wise though. I guess I could move... I could move a tile up and change this loop so it has 2 thermoregulators on it. And then I could pump the excess CO2 from the other geyser in here. That could work. I mean, I guess I'll eventually want to use it anyways. Oh, we can go in here. Let's go vacillate someone. That sounds like fun. We have a ton of slime line in here. Yeah, let's go do that. fact, I can just tunnel straight through that. So that's priority 9. This dig. Yep. So who's coming over here? Someone will come over here soon. And then who do we want to spec up? I don't know. Probably Ren, because he's got the radiation eater trait, and we may want that later. He may end up working around a nuclear reactor or something, who knows? So he can go there. Looks like they picked up all the atmo suits from down here, so that's good. Not very long left to do all of this. I don't think I needed to make these mechanized airlocks out of steel. I should have just made them out of iron or something. It's fine. So, I think something else I want to do here is I want to make some kind of way of mass producing the lime really efficiently. Because that seems to be the constraint in all our steel. I mean, that makes sense. But, yeah, I want to investigate that. Oh god, I'm yawning. That's not good. That's not good. Right, I think I'll get this working, and then I'll wrap it up. So probably be another 10-20 minutes. So I believe this is actually all hooked up wiring wise. So you do need to let some water in here. I should just let some water in here, so put in another bottle emptier. I knew there was a reason for leaving this column. Yeah, that's fine. I'll leave that there, and I'll build another one in here. Not that we probably need it. Oh, yeah, you can come out. Yeah, there you go. So Ren has also got stressed down. That's pretty good. Yeah, I don't know why he had the radiation thing there. Definitely doesn't cause radiation. Got a data bank from that. That's nice. Some more data banks here. Not sure what's in those lockers, but it's probably not really important anymore. Gas pressure's getting low in here, that's good. So one annoying thing about this build here is that I need to turn the thermo aqua tuner off, and the geyser isn't doing anything. Otherwise, I'm just kind of wasting power. I mean, what I could do is I could set up an atmo sensor here, and then if it detects any gas in this tile, then it will activate the thermo aqua tuner. That's probably actually reasonable. Let's do it. Oh, I don't want to have to keep coming back to look at this. So we'll get an atmo sensor here. Shove that in that one tile where it fits. And then, And then we'll just run the wire along here. Deconstruct this switch. And then this should be fully automated. We just need to set the pressure on that sensor to a reasonable value. This will probably take a little while longer to empty. And we'll just put some regular water in here. I don't think we need to be fancy about it. We'll put in a decent amount just to fill this bit, really. That's what we need it for. So send a green signal if above 1000 seems sensible. And then we'll want to activate this valve as well. The valve can't be automated. So what we'll actually need here is we'll need a shut-off going into a valve. I better do this now before I forget as well. So we'll deconstruct all of this. We'll deconstruct that. Then in terms of plumbing, we'll want this to go into a shut-off. It will loop up here. I mean, if it's not active, it will go down here. If it is active, it will go up here. And then it will go into the valve. Seems straightforward. And I think I'll set that to activate when this activates. No, that's not appropriate. I basically need a way to know that this is active, but this is going to condense the seam right away with this polluted water. We only need this to work if it's having trouble condensing. But that's fine. You know what, I think I'm overthinking. I'm overthinkifying it. We'll just leave that. We'll move the vent in case we want to do something with this again, but I think it will be fine with the valve. Because what will happen is, I think we'll just set this to the 1200. And we'll leave it. And then we'll deconstruct. I'll leave the switch there for now, just in case we want to reuse it. Something else. Yeah, that's fine. I think we can mostly leave this now, and that should work. And then we can re-enable these. For some reason they don't vent these properly, the back pressure, if the pipe is empty. Use yellow alerting. Oh, okay. We'll do one more lot of water in here, I think that would do. Oh, we need to open this too, to let all that gas out. That's probably enough steam. It's 30 kilograms per tile, so that's going to be like 15 kilograms per tile of steam. So let's just get this all swept up, and then we can lock the room. So who's going to come do this? Not really sure. Doesn't look like anyone's coming down there. Do I actually care about any of this? We've got 11 data banks in there, we care about that. Yeah, I don't think anyone's doing that. So let's zoom out, cancel all the sweep orders again. So maybe now people can come and do that? Definitely seems like sweep orders are a little bit bugged. Some people are coming over, so maybe they are... No, I don't think they're doing anything. Well, at least it's a good amount of crude oil for the liquid lock. Yeah, this isn't happening. Oh, we need these to be painted as well. They're very important. Looks like people are coming in here eventually. I think they're just doing it for reasons unrelated to what we've actually asked them to do. How's Gym Planet going? Yep, you're all running around. Athletics is definitely going up. Wow, you got 21 athletics now. 16. 2. And there we go, machinery skill too. Nice. So we're almost done with this gas. This is gonna erupt very soon, so I want to see that erupt too. Well, I mean, I don't have to. I may speed to it. I just want to get to the point where we can seal this in, and then we can just leave it there. But I think that's a pretty good achievement today, actually, just taming these vents and just not having to worry about them anymore. Making sure they are fully condensed. Oh, we need to put the polluted water in here. Fortunately, we've got a pretty decent source of polluted water this time. So let's deconstruct this. So who's going to do that? One of you guys. So we'll just put the pump here and we'll just feed it on. So I believe we can feed it on like this. And then just deconstruct the pipe afterwards. Don't believe there'll be any issues with that. So let's get that all done. I'm quite eager to see this wrapped up. I'm not going to look in there on speed 3. We're right over here. I'll probably do with a few more recreational buildings over here, but no one really has that many skills here, so they're all fine. This is pretty much just a holiday resort. I love it. There's enough food now as well with the meal ice, the extra plants over here. Not bad. Always filled the liquid lock too. Okay, it looks like we have vacuum. Not quite. Getting close. It's getting very close. Oh, we need to sort this stuff out as well. Put a transformer thing in. Yeah, this plant's going alright. I do like the little holiday resort. This volcano should start erupting again soon, but getting a few things from here. Just finishing off the cool steam vent tamer. So we just want to hook some polluted water up to the thermoacrid tuner, get that all working. It'll take just a second. I want to fill this liquid lock up. It's functioning at the moment. I just like having the 4 tiles filled up just so I feel better about there not being any leaks. We had a pretty bad incident today where our freezer almost well, the liquid lock on our freezer froze because we turned the cooling down too much. So we have about 2.5 million calories, and that almost all expired, including the sleep wheat that we're going to go plant. So that was very bad. That happened right at the beginning of the stream. But yeah, that's what we're going to be doing next time. We've got our big sleet wheat farm here that we just want to set up. We've got some algae tiles that we're going to cook into dirt with hot oil, but we're waiting for the volcano to come online so we can heat the oil properly. And then we'll get the dirt tiles, and then we'll get the pips to just come in and plant the sleet wheat on the dirt tiles. And I'm beginning to think, with the amount of effort that this was, that I should have just done some cold water piping. And that would have been less effort. But I've not done a lot of pip planting. We did our nature reserve up here, and that was the first experiment with that technology right next to this iron volcano. And that's the nature reserve for our whole base. But no, I wanted to try and apply that on a larger scale because I've never done that before. I'm getting a few idle people. That's not really a problem at the moment. How's the gas pressure looking here? So it is in the micrograms regime. Did we finish what we were doing down here? I believe we did. So we tried to make like a combined iron volcano heater and cool steam vent tamer, where steam gets heated up by the volcano and then put in the Ruler steam turbines into the oil wells. But that was a little overly complicated. I would just recommend just having a separate iron volcano tamer and then a separate cool steam tamer. But we thought we'd try it. We've got 5 iron volcanoes. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So we're producing a lot of iron. We're up to about 205 tons, and we've been making steel throughout. So I'm pretty happy with that. Some of these turbines are heating up a bit too much, but it never lasts. It's usually alright. I've never had pervasive problems with these turbines. We're so close. It just always takes ages to pump all the gas out of these rooms. We have a big slime lung problem. we let a load of slime lung out by accident when we were doing this area, and now it's just, well, it's just kind of everywhere. But thankfully not inside the base. No one's gotten slime lung in here. Wait. No! He's got slime lung. Why has he got slime lung? Oh my god. Well, I mean, I guess he's not emitting it in the air, but he must be spreading it wherever he goes. Oh, now he's got it. Now he's not got it anymore. I guess going through the allergens, actually, or like the floral scent, actually cleans the slime lung off of him. Wow, that's clever. I certainly did not plan that. Yeah, because we're bringing the slime in here and it has all the slime lung, but I thought for some reason, like, because they were taking the exosuits off here, like, it wasn't going to be an issue. And I haven't seen anyone actually get slime lung yet. So maybe it's not actually an issue. Maybe we were right. Who knows? So this is almost finished. Got micrograms of pressure left. Hopefully that resolves fairly soon. Is there anything going on here? What temperatures or oxygen coming out at? It's coming out about 50 degrees, but I think next time I'm gonna go and replace this with the radiant piping, because the regular granite piping just isn't doing enough here. I mean, these rooms were actually fairly empty. Oh, they were empty. Now they've got a ton of pressure in them. This one, oh, this one's fairly empty. This one is not very empty. We've actually got a load of spare oxygen that's building up here. I mean, that makes sense because these Atmo suits are doing a lot more work than these ones. So I guess that checks out. Yeah, and hardly anyone uses these ones because that's just literally for the iron volcano. Oh, I just want this to erupt again. I just need the heat. I just need to heat this steam up so we can heat the oil up. Hurry up. Maybe, in retrospect, I should have put this big sleep wheat farm right next to the metal refinery so it's always hot. Like, maybe I should have just put it in this space here or something. That might have been a good idea. Who knows? Who knows? Yeah, we've got way too much steam in this room as well. We've got about 400 kilograms of pressure because we just let this salt water guys erupt for eons and eons. And then we had the metal refineries pump all their coolant around here. So we've got a lot of salt. It's always good to have a lot of salt. A lot of this salt, not a lot of the salt we had earlier when the freezer almost exploded. I had this hooked up to the main cooling loop for a while. Like we've got a polluted water loop that cools most of the stuff in the base. We've got an ethanol loop that just runs the freezer, and that's also going to go into the sleep wheat farm when that's ready. And then we have a natural gas loop over here, which was the first cooling loop, and we didn't want to get rid of it because it has sentimental value. So yeah, I'm really glad I put this on a separate cooling loop because trying to cool the whole base to this temperature just isn't a good idea. And what was actually happening was the freezer just wasn't getting cold enough to do anything. Right, how's this going? Is this done yet? Oh my god, hurry up. Hurry up. I mean, if we really wanted to speed this up, we'd have put a gas pump at the other end as well, but I mean, we're not going to need this forever. This will be done soon. So the current plan is build the sleep wheat farm, make berry sludge, and then get a rocket program going. But there's a few other things we want to do. There's a steam vent we can tap into here for some more power. And what else was there? You know, I think that might be it. I mean, there was a CO2 geyser that we could technically use for some cooling, but I'm not really fussed about that. So I think it is literally going to be get the berry sludge and then get the rocket program going. I don't want any of the dupes. We'll just take the directlet. This must be finished soon, surely. We've definitely not got anything off-gassing in here, do we? No, I think we know. I'm just going to speed to it. We're kind of getting close to wrapping up for today anyways. I just want to get this sealed off, get this churning. Polluted water's going around here. Actually, I need to set this temperature, so send green signal if above 90. Oh, and they're still building the wire for this. Yes, they still do actually have some wires they need to build for that. Don't blame them, that was a big wire. Well, I'm glad I gave them some time to get on with that. Yeah, let's just speed to it. I just want to wrap this up. Although we could actually, this volcano should start erupting 0.2 cycles. I need to remember to turn these steam turbines back on once, once we've heated up the oil. Make sure I don't screw that up. How's the waste gas situation looking? I mean, we've mostly got rid of all the volatiles. We've got a little bit of chlorine down here. A little bit of sour gas in here. Don't ask me how the sour gas happened. I can't quite remember. I mean, there are pockets of sour gas in this map, but I don't think that was it. There was definitely a problem with some petroleum at some point. Oh yeah, we had some crude oil in here, and that got heated up somehow. No, that wasn't the problem. We had crude oil in here, and then that got pumped into all of our hydroponics. So that was not very fun. We definitely had a sour gas explosion at one point, though. I think it was to do with one of these volcano tamers. Yeah, it was this one here. Like we overfilled the liquid lock, and then all the oil ended up in here. We ended up with a load of sour gas in here. And the same thing happened with this room as well. And it was even worse with this room. Like, we've got a relic here. We've got phosphorus. We definitely melted some phosphorite. And that is now part of our liquid lock. It's part of our cultural heritage. I don't think there's a real use for phosphorus. I haven't found one. But we made a lot of it. There's just a few bottles of phosphorus lying around here. What's happened with the zombie spores? I don't think the zombie spores are ever going to die out. Yeah, they just don't change on crude oil. Blimey. I'm going to want this eventually, but... meh. They're a bigger fish to fry. Right, please tell me that you're finished now, venting. Oh my god. We're still dumping some water in here as well, just to fill this up. I'm gonna get a decent amount of steam in the thermo aqua tuner. This should be very close. Let's go check the volcano. Right, so that did erupt. So we've got hot iron that's going around here on conveyor belts. That's heating up the room. So the room's already at 150. So I reckon what we'll do is we will activate the cool steam vent. We'll block it off, have the thermo aqua tuner work, and then we'll dump our first lot of oil on these tiles and see if we can heat them up. Last time when I did this, it worked, because we only have 10 grams of algae here. But last time we didn't have the pipe underneath. And I want to keep the pipe underneath the tile when it's built, so that we can, the dirt tile when it's cooked, so that we can cool the sleep wheat more efficiently. But I think we'll need hotter oil for that. So we're probably going to want this to erupt twice more, and then we'll do it. Right, I think we might actually be done. Not quite, but I reckon we're at the point where we can just... it's eventually going to get there. I don't think I need any more water in here. That will actually do after this lot. Because this vacuum is just going to start to recede into here. But we can block this off now. There are some data banks in here, but I don't really care. I did ask people to sweep them, but they weren't really sweeping it properly. We've got 55 tons of plastic, so we'll make more data banks if we need to. We'll leave them in there as a nice surprise. So this gas should all just disappear. Oh, whoops. Oh, we needed to deconstruct. We need to deactivate the pump. My mistake. Apologies. So deactivate. There we go. And the vacuum has pushed out a bit further. That's good. Okay, that's enough oil. We want to overfill this liquid log. Yeah, looks like the gas pressure is mostly receding now. We can block this off. Block this off. I'll come down and do that in the morning. And then we're actually done. So then this should just work. And I don't believe I need to put any more liters of water in here, so we'll just disconnect this as well. Not leach any heat out of here. Not sure if that's actually going to be a problem or not. Yeah, this should all work. The steam vent will activate in 15 cycles, and then we'll just go to town on that, really. This steam vent is going to activate in 12 cycles. And we did actually condense all the steam in here. At some point there was like a ton per tile of steam in here. But we pumped a lot of water out of here. I haven't seen this active yet, but the steam in here is getting very close to the temperature where it would activate. I dislike how we just got chlorine in here as our gas to cool the steam turbine with. But we've got a layer of water in here too, a very thin layer of water. That may be enough. And we've got the radiant piping behind that, so the steam turbine will cool itself in its own output. We'll see. You never really know whether these things will work until they actually activate or not, because there'll always be some kind of little quirk that you've probably forgotten about. I like this design. I feel like there's some room for improvement. Like, ideally I'm looking for a design where you can have people go in and out of every room while keeping the heat from leaking. But this is acceptable. People can get in. There's no possibility of a steam leak. If I ever want to break in, I could just deconstruct these tiles, sort it out. These zones will equilibrate, but then I can block it back in, and then we'll get the temperature gradient we want again. I know some people like to heat up their cool steam vents and then put it through a steam turbine, but I like condensing them. It feels easier to me. But what you can do is you can put a thermoactive unit in a room with a steam vent and have that be an external cooling loop. If you have a cool steam vent near your base, you can set up your cooling loop in there and then take that steam that way. Oh. God, he's done it. He's done it again. Right. You can get out of here. You can. I believe in you. I'm really glad that none of this was contingent on him not doing that. He always does this. Actually, no. You can build that right now. Or someone else could build it, I guess. May and Lindsay can come build it. And I guess we'll deconstruct all of this. We won't need this anymore. then we'll just put the pitcher pump back there, because that's where we were getting our polluted water for other places. Yeah, let's just make sure they don't seal themselves in here. Did I do something stupid here? I don't think I did. It's got some weirdly flowing tiles. Yes. So this should require no more maintenance. Good stuff. Who's idle? Oh, people are idle in here. They've run out of things to do. Completely. We can sweep all of this stuff. There's definitely stuff in here to be swept. And... right, so... I want to at least try the oil thing. But we need it to be a little bit hotter, so let's speed 2 until this erupts again. And then we'll let the oil out. So we've still got the shine bugs in here. They're just all floating up here at the moment. This is our Radbolt chamber, just the starting one. So we had a polluted oxygen vent. We put some deodorizers here to turn it to regular oxygen, and then we have the shine bugs that delete the germs with radiation. They're really efficient at doing that. Like, one shine bug will delete all the germs from this geyser. So then it's just clean oxygen that comes out of it. And then we use them with some wheezeworts to power this Radbolt generator. But we haven't had to do that for a while. Oh, actually, we've got a technology queued up here. And we didn't do any of the Radbolt research, did we? Yeah. So let's reactivate that. There we go. And the wheezeworts are also cooling down the output of the geyser, because the geyser oxygen is slightly hot. It's probably not enough, but I mean, we've got cooling elsewhere, so I don't really mind. The whole base is designed to run hot, so not really concerned about that. Right, 0.2 cycles. Let's just get this to run, and then I'm gonna go get to bed. I just want to make sure this is actually gonna work, and then we'll do it first thing tomorrow. We'll actually start cooking the tiles. And then we can start getting the pips in here. Yeah, I hope you've had a pleasant Wednesday evening. I'm losing track of the days at the moment. Just always so busy at work. But it's been pretty good. I must say it's been a good year for the company. You catch my drift. Right, this is gonna erupt. So some of this iron is actually still hot, and actually all of this iron is still hot. It should be, because we've turned the steam turbines off, so this isn't actually cooling the room at the moment. We just want the heat to build up until the oil that we pumped in here and is circulating is hot enough. It's currently 143.5 degrees. Let's see what one lot of iron does to it. I'm aware that this liquid lock doesn't do a very good job at insulating against heat. This bit's hot because we dumped a load of hot oil in it earlier. But this bit's hot because of this. Yeah, so there we go. The iron's dropping out the volcano. It's condensing pretty quickly because of the steam. There's a lot of steam pressure in here. And then the hot iron is getting loaded onto the conveyor loader. And then that is going around this loop. And if the iron is... the iron is hot enough, but it stays on the loop. If it's cold enough, it gets sent off, but it won't ever be cold enough because we've turned off the cooling. And that circulates, and by me putting a bridge here, so it goes onto a bridge and then it feeds on here. So it always feeds off the bridge first, and then it feeds off the loader, so the loop doesn't block up. So then if we go to the oil, that's heating up now because the radiant liquid pipe is exchanging heat with all the counterflowing iron and the steel. And this is finished now. The temperature in the room is about 150, 160 degrees. The temperature of the oil is now about 150 degrees. So I'm going to save it, and I'm going to try dropping it in. And we'll see if it's hot enough. So we need the algae to get over 125 for it to cook. And I feel like this pipe here is going to make that more complicated. But now that the volcano is working, that is a bit of a glitch. we've got a floating piece of iron. There we go. So let's set this to 150 and let that through. So now the shut off here will send the oil through here. And we've got some insulated pipes. We should make these out of ceramic really, but I'm not going to store the oil in here too long. And I've just got some switches for all these vents, so I can drop the liquid where I want to. Yeah, thanks for sticking around. I guess you've seen the money shot of today, like us actually cooking some dirt tiles. Very, very dramatic moment. There are easier ways to make dirt tiles. There's a bug involving manual airlocks you can do, but I didn't fancy all that building and rebuilding. I just wanted something I could just pour in there and have it be like a satisfying moment. This is what I did for the nature reserve, but obviously this is a much larger project. Right, so this oil is at about 155. So let's try letting some in and see what it does. So I think we need to let more in. We need to get the temperature over 125 in these tiles. And we need to do that before the capacity of the tile exceeds like 150 kilograms. Because then we won't be able to sweep it out again. But, ooh, we're very close. Close, but not quite. Yes. I'm going to keep doing it just to show you what happens. Yeah, so there we go. That algae got hot enough. It got to 127.5, and it cooked into a very small dirt tile of 10 grams. And that tile of dirt is where the pip is going to plant the sleep wheat. So, you know, this might actually work. I'm just going to leave these running and I'll see if it works. Because we might be able to sweep off the oil afterwards. I'm kind of getting impatient. I just want it to work. So this one worked a bit quicker. Yeah, that one worked. And then I'll activate this one as well. We probably didn't actually need all of these vents. So that one cooked pretty quickly. That one cooked pretty quickly. This didn't quite get there. Okay, let's close these again because I think we drained out all the oil. We need to heat some up again. We need to heat some up again, and we need to drop some more in here. So So let's try and sweep all the oil up. When it spreads out over the top, you can actually sweep it off. So we could just try emptying all of this. And yeah, that's one problem with this. Is that Turner's scolding himself. Okay, I should have seen that coming. Admittedly. So I think we solved that by just bricking this end off completely. So Turner, you can go away. You can go here. So we'll set it so that you can only come out these doors. You can't go in. Actually, no, let's just set it so you can't go through these doors. I'll rebuild those with insulated tiles next time. So, yeah. And now you're just going to need to go through here. So let's deconstruct that tile. So get out of there. Ooh, actually, you're going to be in trouble, aren't you? You'll start scolding again, aren't you? Now, come out of here. And now it should be exosuit access only in here. Yes, that would have been the correct way of doing it. But, yeah. We're sweeping the oil off. We're going to drop it back in here. We've got another lot of hot oil in here. I think 150 degrees is just about hot enough for this to work. So we'll keep doing this. We'll cook the first row and then we'll just go down in descending order. And we'll reactivate these. So I think we need to dump more here. So we want to leave that tile for now. Right, let's actually deconstruct. Let's deconstruct that now and start rebuilding these. I'll activate this one as well. So yellow alert that so that no one wanders in here. Did we get any liquid actually dropping in there? I don't think we are. Okay, you guys did not do the correct thing. I may need to sweep this tile. There's definitely a more elegant way of doing this, but I wanted to keep the conveyor network here just in case I needed to redeploy the algae. Because, yeah, we didn't want to waste that. It's not quite working properly. I think we've ended up storing most of the oil in that one tile. Well, it almost worked. I'm gonna wrap it up here. We're gonna try it again tomorrow, but we're gonna heat it up. We're gonna heat it up for an extra day, so we're not gonna short circuit it. We're gonna have the oil be slightly hotter. The only reason it's being complicated is because we've got the liquid pipe behind the algae. If it was just the algae, it would cook even with 128 degree oil, because there'd be nothing to exchange heat with. Here it's exchanging heat with the pipe, and you need to heat the pipe up as well. I could have pumped something through it to preheat the pipe. That would have been clever. But yeah, I'm gonna leave it there, I think. So I'm not actually gonna save that. I'm just gonna load yesterday's save and save over that, and then we'll do all that next time. But thank you for watching. I really appreciate the company. I hope you've enjoyed seeing me fumble around this game a little bit. I'm having a lot of fun. I've been doing this anyways, to be honest, but I'm enjoying streaming it. Nice game that I can just sit and relax with. Do some things I've done before. I haven't actually played a DLC before. I'm just doing base game stuff at the moment, really. So I'm looking forward to going into space and doing all of that. But yeah, feel free to give me a follow. I'll be around playing this game most weekday evenings. Weekends, I'm usually doing other things, but I may end up doing a surprise stream. But yeah, I appreciate the company, and I will see you around. So goodbye for now.